Hello everybody, welcome to the Finger Lakes Regional Airport. It's a sunny day, 37 degrees, not too windy. The sun is likely to be a problem today, just causing some difficult visibility conditions over long distances. It's quiet here today. There's no snowy owl to be seen. Apparently it was here yesterday, 37 degrees if I haven't already said so. I think I did say so. Anyway, I have seen some horned larks here and there, one or two, and that's just about it. We're going to get moving. I was hoping to see an owl, but not today. It seems like the pattern has been this year that, the snowy owl, and I don't know if it's the same one every time, will leave the area, the immediate area anyway, maybe hunt or something, who knows, and then come back, and if it comes here for a day, it's here essentially all day. That's what I've been hearing, and we just haven't had a lot of luck seeing it here this year. We've seen it a couple times. But we might as well get going. Now today is, I said it's 37. It is colder than it has been the last few days. I can't speak for the airport area. I just know in general we had some mild weather this week. And, it got cold yesterday. At least in my own immediate area. It started off warm and then it cooled throughout the day and became blustery and cold, later in the day. And today, and it was cold overnight, and then, today is warming up. We're back up, instead of in the teens like we were overnight, we're back up to the 30s. And I think we've got some warmer weather coming. It's tempting and it's easy to be fooled into thinking, okay, spring is here and that we're moving on from winter. Well, let's be honest with ourselves. It's still mid-February, and there is plenty of time for more wintry weather of one sort or another before all is said and done. So, I'm not saying it's done, and in fact, I'm even concerned because today, yesterday, and the day before, in my own, looking out from home, I have seen at least 3, maybe even 4 red-winged blackbirds. Hold on one second. What do I see? So, I think I see that pheasant again. Yeah. Just a quick look. We saw a pheasant here last week, and there's one here today. Ring-necked pheasant. And is there anything else over here? More pheasants. They're not very close, so we're not going to get close-ups or anything, but especially with this sunlight causing heat shimmer. Just heard one. I wonder if that tail up and curled like that means anything. I don't know if we've ever seen that, for instance, at the pheasant farm. Could be the wind is partially responsible for pushing it, yeah, I would say. So anyway, a few ring-necked pheasants. Look like 3 females and 1 male. So we'll go to the other side of the airport and take a quick look. Maybe we shouldn't bother, I don't know, but just in case. You never know, we might see something else. So maybe we won't see an owl, but maybe there will be something else of interest. So we'll take a look. Shouldn't take us too long. I say it shouldn't take too long, and that is if we don't see anything. If we do see something, we might end up spending a long time looking at it. It all depends, of course. Really, it's been an interesting winter in some ways. Overall we've had little snow, and to this point anyway. And for one thing, I really noticed on my way here. Oh, there goes that's probably a horned lark. Let's take a look if I can find. Okay, it's about to land. This won't be the very best look, but. Where'd you go? Yeah, we're gonna get going. There's a lot of heat shimmer. My goodness. And we're not close to it, but we're not that far away, and that's a concern. Anyway. I noticed on my way here in a few locations on Cayuga Lake, the water levels are low. And really, if you think about it, it's unsurprising given how little snow we've had overall. So, it's as wonderful as it may seem sometimes to have very little snow over the course of a winter. We do rely on that water, and if spring proves to be, if this spring proves to be a dry one, we may regret. Okay, that's something we may regret. This mild and easy winter, if we're dealing with very low water levels everywhere, and then summer proves to be a really dry one with all the bodies of water drying out. So I have to say I'm concerned. That's one thing. What else did I wanted to tell you? Something else. I can't remember what it was now. That's me, and I have to tell you something. I doubt you've seen it, but there's a pickup truck up ahead in that area. And I wonder if they're bird watchers, if they're seeing anything. I kind of doubt it. They might be bird watchers, but I kind of doubt they're seeing anything. They're not even looking. Okay, after that quick look, I see nothing. It's, as I've said before, when there's snow on the ground, it takes a lot longer to look. But I mean, there's no snow. There are no snow piles along the road. No nothing. And so as a result, it's easy to look for something that's white. Which easily stands out against the darker background. I did see some snow geese on the lake today as I drove here. Didn't see much else. Possibly, I saw some common golden eyes, but I did not stop to look. They might have been something else. They could have been buffleheads actually, but I just drove right on past them and didn't see much else as I made my way here. I did go to Saybolt Road, and as usual, over the course of this season and the last time, last winter, didn't see anybody. Oh, I know what I wanted to tell you. It's interesting how the food I put out on my bird feeders has been consumed this year. You may recall I mentioned I had started putting food out. I believe it may have been November or early December. I don't remember when I actually started, and it seemed like the birds were going through it very quickly. And I had bought a whole bunch of the cylinders, the suet and seed cylinders that I like to use. And I thought, when I first bought them, I thought, okay, this. I remember having used them last year, and this should be enough for this season. If not, it'll be pretty close. But I was even thinking, well, and if it ends up being, March or April, and you're still feeding them, oh, that's okay. That's all right. I don't generally feed them in the spring and summer. And I started going through it very, very quickly. And eventually, I essentially went through, when I could see the pattern, I was going to finish everything that I had long before winter was over. So I ordered a second shot, same size. And things have slowed down considerably. And I think a lot of that has to do with the weather. I started early because of some snow. And I thought, okay, there are birds around, and maybe some are just haven't left the area for in terms of migration yet. So I'll start feeding them early. And but since then, there's been a lot less snow, or if we've had snow, it's come and gone fairly quickly. So it seems like they're going through a lot less, and even the starlings are visiting less often. Oh, hold on. I think I see a northern harrier. Yes. I have to point backwards now, essentially. Where'd he go? Lost it. Oh, there it is. Okay, it's we'll see if it comes back our way. No, not really. Okay, let's continue on. It looked like a male to me. Lighter in color than the females and juveniles. Today on my way here, I did see a number of red-tailed hawks, and usually, or at least lately, when I've seen them, it's been mostly the hawks that are perched in trees. But I'd say at least 50, yeah, probably about 50-50. Some in the air, taking, I don't know, looking to possibly do a little soaring. I don't know, and others in sure trees and utility poles. It did get quite cold overnight, but I haven't seen the very northern end of Cayuga Lake, but everything I've seen so far anyway has been free of ice. And from what I can tell, what I can see from here is free of ice. Doesn't surprise me, even though it did get cold overnight. It had been warm for a couple days. At least I don't know if it was here in this immediate area, but I'm guessing it was warmer anyway. My thermometer happens to read 40 degrees at the moment. A couple weeks ago, or maybe it was a little more than a week ago, I had suggested to you to watch those videos from that series about. There's some interesting information, even though it's not as complete as what you might have today if they were to produce that same episode. Just some interesting things about those three, and they also discussed the whole the debate about Pluto and whether or not it should be a planet and this and that, and and there was I would say a compelling argument against full planet status, and that was that Pluto apparently does not clear its own pathway. It does not keep it completely clear. So I can kind of buy that. However, I think we may still have the official tour position on Pluto as remain. Let this guy sneak by. and I was discussing also that program from that series. And anyway, that program makes reference to the New Horizons spacecraft, which was due to visit Pluto and the immediate area, in 2015, and it has since. You always wonder when they launch a spacecraft like that. I mean, many things can go wrong. And to my knowledge, whole mission. Oh, hold on. Just saw a hawk of some sort in a tree. Oops, wrong window. It's a red-tailed hawk. Let's take a look as best we can. Thread the needle here. Looks like it might leave, and we've got a car coming up, so we'll let it pass. It may lose you anywhere here just because of a poor signal. In many ways, this time of year starts to mirror for me the fall. And you start to, or at least I start to think, it's the season is changing, and we're likely to see some species leave the area. And that's true of this time of year. We're lucky to see certain things, snowy owl or rough-legged hawk, the swans, some of the ducks that we don't get to see really in the summertime. As I've said, I can only speak for myself, but I've come to enjoy many aspects of winter when it comes to bird watching anyway. I'm not seeing anybody else here. So we saw the red-tailed hawk, but there's nobody else within obvious view. I referenced some Canada geese down below. I mentioned the red-winged blackbirds earlier, and I just assume not see them so early. I believe it's pretty early for them to be seen around my area, and and plenty of time for winter weather, and at least with the red-winged blackbirds, in a way I don't mind. I would say what bothers me more is to see birds like American robins. Although they'll eat fruit and maybe some other things, obviously, if I see a bunch of them around and there are a few inches of snow on the ground and there's no food to be found, it always bothers me. They're eating insects and worms, and when things are all cold and frozen, that sort of food is hard to find. By the way, last week we saw what I had thought was a red-shouldered hawk, and we had good indicators of that, including that tail, and a little bit of a glimpse of the breast and belly. And I looked at what I had recorded, which was quite honestly You know, we didn't get a good look at it, but I did look at what we recorded, and I would say yes, definitely that was a red-shouldered hawk last week. So if anyone was doubtful. Just looking out at Shockey Pool. Let's just pull over here for a second. Seems like it's largely free of ice, if there's any ice at all. Let's just take a quick look. I can see some white birds out there. They're likely gulls, but and I hear a crow. Mays Point as well. I don't see, from here anyway, any ice on the water. The stream that I have within my view from home was covered with ice this morning. Oh, and I see a bald eagle. We won't get a great look, it's too far, but let's take a look anyway. There's a photographer down there on the other side of the water here. I won't point my camera at him, but and we'll switch cameras and take a look. He's looking at something. He's pointing. Oh, maybe not. I saw him pointing his camera. I don't know what he might be looking at. All of a sudden the breeze has picked up. Seems to be looking at something. He's pointed at something, but he's not looking through his camera, so I don't know what's going on with him. Alright, we're going to move on because we're not getting a great view here. I'm going to look around with binoculars. 1 second. I don't see what he might be looking at. Maybe he's waiting for something, I don't know. Oh, the eagle took off. Eagle took off and it's now currently out of view. Still don't know what that other guy's looking at. And I see a crow, and I see a gull, and nothing else that's obvious to me. So, along the lines of what I was saying regarding, my bird feeders, I see a Canada goose down below, and the amount of activity they've seen, that may be the sort of thing we see, today, here, in Montezuma area. And as I've mentioned before, if we have conditions that, cold conditions, and much of the water is covered with snow and ice, but they're open areas, they, will tend to cause birds to congregate. And so you might see in a given spot, many birds of various species and everything. But with things like they are here today, granted, it's still cold. I mean, it's in the low 40s. But like the various bodies of water are frozen over, and there's no snow on the ground to speak of anywhere. Oh, there's a patch. But there's there are plenty of places to for birds to look for food, even if there's no food there. So they don't necessarily become so concentrated in a given area. We'll see some things like, here up ahead we've got a cornfield, and we've stop here and take a look at the binoculars. Okay, nothing there. So, to the naked eye anyway, things look pretty quiet here on Armitage Road. Not seeing anything that stands out. There's not much water in the fields. So for our bird watching purposes, this is not at all good. I'll show you in a moment. There are just some, lines of water in the fields, and very often in the spring, as things thaw out and water is left behind, that's a good draw for the birds between whatever is on the crop, left over from the harvest, and these, the water. It can draw some nice waterfowl activity, but you can see there's not much water, and I don't see right off the bat any birds. So we're gonna leave. Nothing here. Not even worth mentioning. That's how I think about it. Birds of prey. I'm not seeing any Canada geese. I'm not seeing anything. We'll drive through these areas. I guess I don't expect to see much. Hold on one second. I'll look at something. I do see a hawk. I'd say it looks like a red-tailed to me. Yes. We'll move on. I don't think it caught anything. I thought for a second it might have, but then when it reached out its claw, makes me think, okay, it didn't yet have anything. Maybe it still thinks something might be nearby. But anyway, we're gonna move on. That's nothing. As I drive through these areas, or any area actually, I'm looking for, anything that might be a bird. So, any contrast with the background, could mean a second look is worthwhile, and it was for that red-tailed hawk. What I'm getting at, and I've said this before, is as you're looking around for birds, you don't necessarily have to see whatever you're seeing with perfect clarity. Sometimes you just need to know, okay, there's something. It looks like there's a crow on the ground. And there's another crow. And of course, as I've mentioned, sometimes it's just a matter with this have the very, very sharpest of eyes. Sorry, we're having problems staying connected. Really not surprising in these areas. Sometimes it's worse than other times. So far, it's been, for us, pretty quiet up here. We're sure we've seen, a couple hawks and an eagle. Not much really going on. What are you beeping your horn at? I'm off the road. Okay, so that's all I've seen so far here. There doesn't seem to be much else going on. And I wonder what happened. Maybe perhaps they were just, they were on the ground and took off, having been startled or believed they were startled or whatever. And also in the air, those are Canada geese, and there are a few more, I believe, over here. And it looks like the snow geese are not close. They're, even if we go over there a little ways, they're not going to be giving us a nice close view. But we'll head in that direction anyway. These fields also, like the others that we looked at on Armitage, there's not much water in them. There are a few patches here and there, but there's not that much. But it might be enough to draw, not necessarily, ducks who are going to be swimming in them, but at least there's water here. So in terms of, coming here, grazing, and being able to also find water, it looks like it's possible here. Although some of the water to our right, I just saw as we drove by it, looks like it does have a coating of ice on it. Maybe not. I don't know. It's hard to tell. But it doesn't look like it's all free and clear. There are in this viewing area, or at least what has become a viewing area over the years anyway, there are multiple vehicles. Maybe they were looking at the snow geese also. Yeah, they are closer from here, but still not close. So let's continue. I heard something about snow geese I did not know today. I went to the starlings. I went to the airport, as you know, and I walked in, and gentlemen inside whom I have not seen before. There are a number of crows up ahead here, some to our right, some flying over the road. I had not seen him before, so I don't know him, but he told me something about snow geese I didn't know, and that is, Canada geese. They don't bother the farmers as much because the Canada geese will pretty much stick to the surface. Whereas snow geese, I think he said if they might dig a little bit and disrupt things, like especially if they have, I think he said winter wheat or just wheat, and that kind of can disrupt things. We have in the air. It's an eagle. I believe it's a juvenile bald. Okay, we're going to keep going. Visibility is not great here today, as I had feared. For us, or at least for my purposes, these sunny, beautiful days aren't so beautiful. Later in the day, I don't mind as much, but during the middle of the day, I'd rather it not be so sunny because of that heat shimmer causing us problems over distances. Oh, I see a hawk, and is it? I don't know. It's to our right, and it'll be on the other side of the road in a moment. I don't know if it could possibly, I think it was a red-tailed hawk, but I wonder if it could possibly be red-shouldered. I doubt it. Where'd it go? Where is it? Where are you? Oh, I see it. It's red-shouldered. It's red-shouldered. Same area as last week. Stay there. Stay there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's very badly backlit, but we'll do our best. Notice the different coloring, and you can see the breast and belly have a finer coloring and a lighter coloring overall too. So again, we're looking at a red-shouldered hawk. Different pattern to the tail. think I may have heard a nuthatch. I'm not sure. White-breasted. The red patch at the shoulder can be difficult to see, and this lighting is not helping us. It's not as prominent as, say, the red tail of a red-tailed hawk, but in the right lighting you can see it. I believe they're a little smaller than red-tailed hawks. Even though it's just took off, and it's now out of view for the moment. May back up into view. Hold on, we're not going to get a great view, I can tell you that. Hold on one second. It's more distant now, and it's up here. Okay, we're going to move on, but I say this kind of makes up for last week and the unfair treatment we received. Okay. Last week we saw, probably, given this location, probably the same bird. And but it was on the move the whole time, so we never had much of a good look at it. I wish we could have seen it better in better lighting than today, but we'll take what we can get. We saw it on this side of the road last week. And I don't believe it was as sunny. It's still there. Good luck to you. Oh, you know what? Hold on. We might get another look from here. This might be better. Oh, shoot. Hold on. Hold on. I see it. I'm trying to get some tree branches out of our way. Okay, this might be good right here. Oh, it just took off again. I think it's still nearby. I can't see it at the moment. I must have tree branches in my way. Would have been, it was facing away a little bit, but we would have had a nice look at its coloration and everything from here. Oh, I still see it. I see it. We'll try from here. It's still backlit now. Before, moments ago, it was not going to be backlit. We would have had a decent look. Can't see here. Sorry, I gotta do something here. Oops, what'd I do? You see that fine pattern on the breast, and it's all the way. It's a horizontal. It's not some random spots or anything like that. It's different than what you see with a red-tailed hawk. If anything, it's more like what you see maybe on a Cooper's hawk in terms of the breast and belly. I hear a crow, and I think someone's pounding on a tree. We'll wait a few more moments, see if it maybe comes to an even better area or whatever. We'll see. Oh, it took off. I looked away. Where'd it go? Where did it go? Where did you go? I don't see it. I looked away and now I've lost track of it. I don't see it anywhere. We're going to move on, I guess. I don't know where it is. I apologize for losing track of it like that. It may still be in the immediate area, but I just don't see it. And I have no idea where. Beautiful bird anyway. As I said last week, it's not like we see red-shouldered hawks all the time. So, you know, to me, to see one is a treat. I see a pigeon. I see some gulls to our right. Distance, I'm not sure what kind. Cannot tell if the snow geese are still where they were. I don't see them. I think I should be seeing them a little bit from already by now, if they're still there. Now maybe it could be I just don't have too many things in my way. Oh yeah, they're still there. They're still there. We'll turn into this viewing area and see if we can have a somewhat semi-decent look, but I suspect it's not going to be anything special in terms of clarity. And we've got other vehicles here which might be in our way a bit. Yeah, this is not going to be all that good. They're too far away. But let's take a quick look with this camera. I don't think it's going to be worth switching. We'll give it a try. One moment. A couple Canada geese are overhead. you know, at any time they could just decide to all take off, and we saw, you know, we saw them in the air as we approached. When I first saw them, it was an unmistakable cloud of them. But we're going to move on. Even if farmers don't like the snow geese, I certainly like them. I keep seeing, you know, a constant shift of them. You know, there are a few of them will be flying at a time, and you know, it seems like they're going from our left to our right a bit. But and again, they could all jump up now, you know, while we're driving away. But we're going to move on. We'll head to East Road, and I'll be interested to see what's going on there, if anything. Now, you know, we've seen actually last week it was mostly open water. That's good and bad. Up ahead there's something in the air. One bird of some sort, I'm not sure what it is. I say that's good and bad because it may draw some birds, but some birds will then, you know, be uninterested. You know, sure, we see Canada geese in water like that, but there's only so much grazing they can do. You know, there's only so much below them, and actually in the Knox Marcellus Marsh, I would say even. Let's pull over here. I just want to take a look for a moment and see what that thing is in the air. Looks like 3 hawks. At least, well, I don't know if they're all together or going to be together or interested in doing anything, but they looked like at least one was a red-tailed hawk, and I'm not sure about the others. And up ahead I see more flight activity. I don't think it could be the same birds. No. They couldn't have moved that quickly there. I think I see an eagle. You know, let's go in here. What is going on? Sorry, I have to reposition. That's a crow that just flew through my view, I think. And, oh. Now there's something else in here. Hold on. Move. Where'd it go? I think it's, I don't know. There's a third bird. Whoa! Where'd they come from? And the eagles are up here now. Not convenient for me at the moment, so we're going to let them go. And we're going to move on. I'd say there are 4 eagles here. Hold on. Let's stop again. I think this is an adult here. We're going to let them go. They're getting pretty far away. You know, you see that sort of thing, and you know, you realize that despite their size, the bald eagles can be pretty, you know, graceful in the air. Certainly perform the acrobatics. And you know, there are other birds that you might not think, you know, right offhand, right off the top of your mind, oh, that's a graceful bird, or it's able to do all sorts of fancy flying. But like even the American crow, I would argue is the same way. And you know, red-tailed hawks, we've certainly seen them perform acrobatics. They just, you know, it's just not always necessary or appropriate for them to do it, so why waste energy doing it, you know? So, but there are times when it's obviously worthwhile, or they want to do it, and you know, if we're lucky enough to see it, I won't complain. Anyway, so welcome to East Road. I see some crows here and there, not that many, but there are, you know, one here, one there. Water down there. It seems like it's all open, and also it seems like it's all distant, and with this this sunshine, it's not going to be easy to see things. I've seen a couple white spots down there, so we'll see. Maybe there are some swans, maybe? I don't know. Not a lot of activity from what I can see, but we'll take a look. Oh, actually, more than I had realized. There are a lot of Canada geese down there. It looks like some gulls. There are crows flying around. Let's take a quick look. And there are some swans. Oh, wait a minute. What's that? What is going on here? Canada geese, and what is with them, I don't know. Is it a swan, or is it swan or two? Oh, it's a swan. Oh, look carefully. Well, we'll look down there. Am I seeing a pintail by any chance? Or no? Could be the... No, I think it's the tail end of a Canada goose. We'll look over here too. Not sure what kind of swans. They might be trumpeter, but I don't know. And then there are more Canada geese. You see the gulls there in the distance, and even farther, more Canada geese. Now those look like ducks. You see how rapidly they're flying, they're flapping their wings. So we may not be seeing them very well, and maybe we can't identify them, but we can say, okay, those are not, you know, geese. They're ducks. Again, we may not know what kind, but at least we can rule something out. All right, let's take a quick look with the other camera, and then I think we'll move on. But wait, one more second. Okay, more Canada geese here. Okay, a lot of crows are coming through now. No surprise, we just saw a lot of crows in a nearby area. but they're really, you know, they're not in a concentrated, you know, they're not concentrated into one small area of the sky. All right, let's switch. Oh, I do see a number of cars up ahead, which maybe I don't know if I missed them before or if they just came in. I don't know what they might be looking at, if anything. Looking around. Okay. Let's take a quick look ourselves. Could be wrong, but my guess is trumpeter, but I don't know. I don't know. I can't tell. Might not be. Could be tundra. That could be, I don't know if that's a black-backed gull or not. Ducks again. Well, whatever those people were seeing, they've moved on. Two of the three cars have moved on, and I've already passed this guy, and the other looks like they're moving also. So maybe they weren't seeing anything out of the ordinary. Let's just take a quick look down here. Oh, okay, I was right. There is a pintail there. At least I think that's what I'm seeing. A couple pintails, northern pintails. Oh, yep, more pintails back there. And that's a mallard there with the, again, we're looking at primarily Canada geese, but there are a few ducks there with them. Northern pintails and mallards. Uh-oh. Oh, the swans are out on the water now more fully. Where are they? There they are. Okay. And I think going back to Ithaca, I don't think I'm going to keep the cameras running because I didn't see much on my way here, and it didn't seem like it would be worth our while to just keep everything running. Okay, let's. We're going to move on. Let me just address something here. It's nothing. It's nothing, okay. Crows up ahead on the left, on the ground, pretty much. Looks like I see, there's some movement of them from our right over the road to the left. As I said, we have plenty of time for more winter weather. I know maybe some of you don't like me saying that, but, we are, like it or not, reaching towards the end of winter, though. I mean, even if we have, more winter weather and everything, and if it's a late spring, as that professional had predicted, and who knows, he could be wrong. It's very possible we will start to see the beginning of migration, as things move along. As I mentioned earlier, if you're just joining us, I've seen some red-winged blackbirds from home lately, and they're usually amongst the first species, migrating species to arrive. It doesn't mean that winter is over. Oh, there were two of them. Oh, a couple males there. Yeah, I know, I'm sorry. So there are at least two, maybe three. Let's keep going. Oh yeah, there are at least three. I see a third one. Oh, and I just saw a gull fly after one. No, 1, 2, 3. There are several of them. Several of them down there, but it's hard for me to show them to you. Oh, many of them. Hold on. Male and female, I would say. It's a male. Again, these are hooded mergansers, beautiful birds. I love them. Now they're swimming farther away. It's a female there. Okay, we're going to let them go. $45 outside, by the way. I'm going to go to Mays Point. That gentleman, is that the same guy? I mean, we've been gone for a while. What's he doing? I wonder, hold on, I want to see. Is that something? I see a couple Canada geese here at Mays Point. Hold on. I don't know if I can... Oh, a few of them, actually. They're... where are they? A couple here, and... I can't see another. There are at least 4 of them I've seen so far. A couple closer by. So anyway, I wonder what he is seeing, if anything. I mean, it could be he's just standing there waiting, expecting a certain something specific to happen. I don't know, but I think he's the same person who was there earlier when we first parked there on the road, you know, from the road. I wonder what he could possibly be looking at. Hello. Anything interesting?
Why?
It's up, straight up. It's looked like a red-tailed hawk to me. Well, it's something. All right, we're gonna move on. Good luck to you. Thank you. So it's interesting. At least he didn't want to admit that he's looking at anything in particular, and I didn't see anything in particular. So I wonder if he's either waiting for something that he expects might happen, has a good likelihood of happening. Maybe he doesn't want to share it, or who knows, or who knows. But he was there when we first passed through and still there, and he said that he wasn't seeing anything. So there is something to be said for a wait-and-see attitude, or approach, I should say, to be impatient, go to an area, see nothing jumping out at you, and then just move on. And, you might miss out if you do that. But, and not that I necessarily go to all the very best places and everything, but, we don't tend to stay around too long. Usually we'll try to visit a number of areas, but with reason. I have expectations as to, maybe seeing various things, depending on the time of year and everything, at given locations. So, we tend to move around a little bit, but with some purpose. Told you there were Canada geese. Those were the first two I had seen, and then there were more. But anyway, we didn't get to see those, so. I'd say there are several Canada geese there. I see here and there a couple and a couple and a couple, so. We're going to move along. I was thinking about, getting out and looking there, and getting out and looking. Oh, I see Canada geese at Shockey, and maybe looking around at Shockey Pool. Both at getting out and looking at Maze Point and Shockey. But I think we're going to just move on, even though they're essentially clear and free of ice. I think we're going to move on. Although, who knows, maybe I'd see some good eagle activity at Shockey. That's always possible. As usual, though, I'm concerned about time, so we'll keep moving along. And like I said, I don't believe we're going to keep the cameras running, very far along my return to Ithaca. We did for a bit last week, and we'll check in those initial areas. But at least on the areas I did see on my way here, I saw little activity. But there could be some, in those areas that I did not actually drive right by on my way here earlier. Up ahead, I should have a glimpse of the main pool that is surrounded by Wildlife Drive. I thought I saw one white spot on it, but it looks quiet. I don't see like any large flocks of ducks or anything on there. Oh yeah, there are a few birds, but not much. And by the way, at the southern end of Cayuga Lake, I did not see any, a large flock of ducks. So they seemed, either they moved on or else they just didn't happen to be within view. The South Spring Pool looks like it has a fair amount of ice still on it. We did not see a rough-legged hawk anywhere today, and still hoping. You never know. Now, last week we had seen a nice variety of raptors, and we were about to leave the area, and I had not yet seen a rough-legged hawk, but then at the last moment we caught sight of one. See a few crows. I see somebody on a utility pole. I don't know who it might be though. Could be a rough-legged hawk. I don't know. I'm thinking red-tailed. It looks like a red-tailed. And it looks like it's about to leave. And it did. Okay, so it left. Is there anybody else around while we're here? No, not that I see. Not yet. No sign of anybody, so maybe we're not going to see one this week. I'm guessing they're still around. I can't imagine it's time quite yet for them to leave. What do I see in the air? I see a crow and then many different crows up in the distance. Okay, well, no rough-legged hawk this week that I can see. So we'll drive ahead a little ways together, and we'll look over one or two spots maybe, depending on how things go, at the northern end of Cayuga Lake, and then I'll probably end up closing up, driving to Ithaca, and then resuming from there. So today's the 18th of February, and granted, weather permitting, but Wildlife Drive is scheduled to reopen April 1st. So that's not that far from now. But, as I've said before, in winter, even if it were open and available to us, there might not be much to see there. And on the flip side of that, we do see things elsewhere. So, I used to miss Wildlife Drive very much in winter, but now not so much. As I've come to realize the benefits of going elsewhere, I don't miss it so terribly. I mean, I certainly appreciate it and everything, but, it's not like, oh, there's nothing to see. Lift your feet, railroad track. So last week we stopped in this stretch here and we looked at what we could, on the lake. I don't think we're going to do that today. There's a lot less activity. There's some white birds down there. They might be swans, they might not be, but last week the conditions were not great. Today they're even worse in terms of viewing quality. And there are fewer birds there. So we're just going to keep moving along. and we'll take the first left up here. I had to signal early because someone was tailgating me. I don't see much activity from here. We had some nice activity to watch last week, and you know, I certainly enjoyed it. There were swans, and there were Canada geese, a few duck species. Today, not as much. Oh, there's something out there. Let me take a look with binoculars. We can see it, but it's not going to be easy. Just reposition the car here. It's not very visible to the naked eye. I mean, it's there. I saw it. That's why I'm looking. But we're not going to have great looks. Let me back up a little bit more. This will. So in the back, that's a redhead, I would say. I'm not sure who this is. Is that a scaup? Might be. Is that a ringneck duck there? No, I don't know. No, I don't think so. I think we have some scaups there. I don't know if they're greater or lesser, but I guess it's lesser, but so redheads and scaups so far. Is that someone else? No. Female scaup. Okay, starting to get some things in my way here. We'll look at a completely different area. Okay, that's nothing. And let's move on. Let me just have a quick look with binoculars, see if there's anything else I should have been looking at. Oh yeah, I should start over here more. Maybe just more of the same. Oh, wait a minute. I'm a little confused. All right, let me tell you why I'm confused. We're seeing birds with reddish heads and the white bodies. So, I mean, my first thought is, okay, maybe we're seeing canvasbacks, but their heads, maybe it's just a matter of the sunshine and causing distortion, but they almost look like the heads of redheads as opposed to canvasbacks. Oh, you know, no, maybe not. Okay, I think we're seeing canvasbacks. It's just that they're so far away. We could get the other scope out, but I don't think we benefit all that much. See, typically the redhead has a red head and a more rounded head, and a gray body. We're talking about the males. And the canvasback has maybe a slightly darker red head, sloping right into the bill, and then the white flanks. And I guess that's what we're seeing there. But the sunshine makes that head look like a more vibrant, brighter red. So maybe I'm just confusing things a little bit, but. And maybe on on a larger screen, you can see some redheads there. See, but maybe if I were looking on a larger screen, it would be easier. Okay, no, never mind. Now see at center screen? Oh no, I'm sorry. Nope, another scop, I think. Okay. I thought it was something else. Well, fair number of ducks, it's just that they're not very close. And we've got difficult viewing conditions. Not many species though. We've seen canvasback, redhead, and I believe lesser scaup, but I'm not sure. I haven't noticed anything else, but you might have. All right, we're going to move along. Okay, let's hold on one second. Okay, we're going to move along. Both redheads and canvasbacks are there. I thought so. Oh, oops, hold on. Gotta remember, right? Come on. Thank you, RC. Open, 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 open. I hate touchscreens. Did I ever tell you that? Okay, I thought they were canvasbacks. The white flanks and everything, it's just a matter of trouble because of distance. We have a few Canada geese here, but I want to, and you've seen Canada geese today, but I want to show you something else. So what am I showing you? I'm showing you the Canada geese, maybe also some black-backed gull, maybe, possibly. I don't know if it's greater or lesser. That is not one. That's maybe ring-billed, maybe? I don't know. But what I'm showing you here, and I don't know if this is really out of the ordinary, is shallow water. I don't know if it's normally that shallow. I mean, here it is. We're not, you know, we haven't reached the end of winter yet. And I'm already concerned about water levels. Activity. I think it's probably gulls, but I don't know. Let's see if we can get a spot from which to see them. Hold on, I'm going to look with binoculars. Greater backpack gull has pinkish legs. Lesser has... Okay, thanks, RC. 1 second. Greater. Okay, so RC thinks that was a greater black-backed gulls. We have some more ducks to be seen from here. Maybe more of the same thing. Let's take a look. Might be a little easier now. I'm not sure. Oh, and some couples are swimming out that might be of interest. If I can find them. That's a merganser, I think. No. Is it? No, that's it. Is that a canvasback? I think so. Hold on a second. Okay. Surprisingly, that one was as close as it was. So we have, we'll take a look at some, not all, of these birds, but there's a general grouping, and even with the naked eye, by the way, I can see some areas where it looks like, okay, this is, I'm not saying there's anything in the water, maybe it's nothing out of the ordinary, but I mean, it's like, oh, clearly there's some shallower areas out there. Anyway, the viewing is better here, I would say. So we see some redheads, and okay, at center, that's a redhead there at center. Okay, got some twigs in our way, and then that's a canvasback. So you can see the canvasback has they both have red heads, and but the canvasback has the white flanks. The redhead that's a female canvasback. The redhead has a gray body, the male redhead. Okay, here we have both. Just looking around, seeing if there's anything different. Let me just give you a quick look overview of what we're seeing and what's here. Hold on. Start from here. A large but not very dense grouping of ducks. Just heard a crow. I suppose there could be different species in there other than the canvasbacks and redheads and maybe some scops that we've seen, but we don't have time to look at every single bird. Maybe we should, but we don't. Wish they were closer so we could have better looks at all of them, but it is what it is. Okay, I think we're going to move on, just because the viewing is only so good here. Let me just take one more look with binoculars. Let me just set this up, and I'm going to look with my binoculars a bit. See if anything maybe stands out. No, I would say I don't see anything standing out as a different species or anything. Okay, let's move on. just going to stop here and there just to look at things. Looks like more of the same. A lot of canvasbacks and redheads. Scattered. So as I drive by with the naked eye, there's nothing that's really standing out, but I do see them. But it's, again, they're not concentrated in such an area that, you know, I say, oh wow, there's something that I have to stop and look at, you know. Haven't seen any swans. Have not really seen many Canada geese. We saw a few, but that was back a ways. And now I see a few ducks here and there, but we seem to be largely past the main grouping. Oh, I see another smaller grouping, much smaller. We'll see if it's the same. Well, it's hard to see through here. There aren't too many open, clear views. Okay, I do see a couple mallards, and I see something else. Let me see. More mallards, redheads. That looks like an American black duck, and I thought I saw another one probably right there. Okay, let's move on. Wait for a car to pass us. Oh, I see some swans now. Not many, but a few. And some mallards. Let's just take a quick look. Oh, what am I hearing? Come on. Hold on. This stupid cable is all tangled up. Alright. I've already forgotten the difference between greater and lesser black-backed gulls, but anyway, I think I might be hearing... Okay, we've got mallards, we do have some gulls here, but I might be hearing... Am I hearing... Oh, I just heard a gadwall. I think I might be hearing American widgeon. There's a... Okay, there's an American widgeon. I thought I heard a gadwall. widgeons. These are tundra swans. Again, I thought I had heard a gadwall. Maybe I'm mistaken. We're going to move on. You know, let's switch camera for just a few moments. So this is a male American widgeon right here. Is this a herring gull? Might be. I don't know. That's my guess. This is a female American widgeon. Here's the male. I haven't seen, I had thought I had heard a gadwall, but I might have been mistaken. Let's look at the swans a bit. Okay, we're going to move on. One more look with binoculars. Some redheads are swimming into the area now. Okay, let's go. More birds in the distance on the water. Let me just see if I can get a clear line of sight and look with binoculars. I've got a car behind me. Go, go, go. I'm signaling. You can at least kind of look like you can get by. Taking a quick look, it looks like more of the same sort of thing. Redheads and canvasbacks. As far as I can tell. I'll let this other car behind me go. Let's just take a quick look from here and see if we see anything of interest there. We'll look quickly. We won't spend a lot of time here. We're spending more time here, along the water than I had anticipated, and I didn't see all this as I drove up because I didn't come this way, and quite honestly, from the road I wouldn't have been able to see this. But it looks to be the same sort of thing. I'm not saying, oh, it's boring. Maybe it bores some of you, but it's just that we've seen some of this already, and better than we are seeing it from here. But there are overall, and I don't know if I don't believe by any chance that like these birds are the birds we saw earlier. I think they're just more birds, and they, like I had said earlier, it's a large flock, but maybe spread over quite a large area. Okay, we're going to drive ahead. From here, everything is too far for us to look. I guess we could probably find a way to park and then walk down there. But even so, I mean, it would be better, but not. What? Not that much better. Oh. by the way, it looks like we next month we may miss. We're likely to miss a tour, almost guaranteed, actually. Some more swans, but the viewing is tough. We're looking through very small areas. So, more swans now. Let me just give you a quick look from here at this, at the sort of thing I'm looking at. Anyway, my schedule next month looks like it may have a weekend when we just can't do it. So out here again, more ducks. Looks like more redheads and canvasbacks. And I wonder, I don't know for certain, but could these be, especially the redheads, could these be the redheads that we would have seen at the southern end of Cayuga? Like maybe they've decided to, come further north. There's a gadwall, and another one. Oh, tree got in the way. And mute swans, and I'm guessing these are tundra. I just heard Canada geese, but there's more activity here in terms of swans, Canada geese. So we have 2 mute swans here and 2 more mute swans there. Let's move a little bit, and then we'll maybe take a look a little bit with the other camera. Hold on one second. More tundra swans behind me. And up ahead, I didn't show them to you, but now I could through the windshield. Here, let's just park right here. There may be as many as 6 mute swans. I'm not sure. Hold on. But well ahead, well, not well ahead, but up here there are also a lot of gulls. Okay, now looking at the swans, the mute swans, 2 mute here, so it is 6. And again, over the whole area, a lot of birds overall. And I'm hearing, I believe, some tundras talking a little bit. Canvasbacks, redhead. Okay, just a few moments of the other camera. So I say. You know me, sometimes, we get stuck. So here are the mute swans. And they seem to be, I don't know if they're, let's look at this little area here a little bit. See redheads, American widgeon, in this immediate area. I don't know if I've seen anything else. For instance, I don't see any canvasbacks there. Oh, there's one. Okay, there are others. Swans are beautiful. Mute swans, trumpeter swans, tundra swans, they're all beautiful. Alright, we're going to move along though, I think. There's a lot to see here, don't get me wrong, but it's not, you know, spectacularly close, and we've seen a lot of this already, this sort of thing today, so we're going to move on. The swans, the mute swans, they continue to just swim in a leisurely fashion. Just there are the two, and then two more, and then two more. Oh, someone, I don't know who, just flew over the road, and to our right, it looked to me like a raptor. It might not have been, but it looked like one to me. I don't know if I'll be able to figure it. No, I don't think so. And I don't know where it went. I see a snow goose, one. No, maybe more. I don't know. Well, there may be a. Okay, so here's some Canada geese, but there's a snow goose with them. Hope it's okay. I don't know about that wing. It doesn't look like it's folded properly, but it may not mean anything. It could just be the way it happens to be folded. But so this is a snow goose. And it's maybe the only one that is around in this immediate area. I said earlier today that I did see some on Cayuga Lake. They were on well on the other side, but so that was a snow goose, and I believe these are swans over here. Yeah, I would say. Okay. Kind of snoozing. Thought I might have heard a different snow goose. Not that I see one. Hold on. Well, at least I thought I heard a vocalization. Maybe I could be wrong, or it could have been just a little bit of a Canada goose vocalization, kind of confusing me. I'm not sure. Or partial. What am I hearing? You just had to tough it out. Sorry. It's okay. You did it for me. You did it through the arts. That's what you did. Okay, let's move on. Just some beautiful looks there, in my opinion. Overall, let me just give you an overall look at what's here. Seems like swans are slowly making their way over. Oh, more Canada geese, some swans here. And we're starting to reach that area where there were all those gulls. If you recall, I showed them to you, through the windshield earlier. We're starting to reach that area. But like, what I'm attracted to here, we see Canada geese all the time, but look, they're generally looking in the, they're all looking in the same direction for the most part, and Many have their heads tucked down, and then you've got the water reflecting. It's beautiful. Are those trumpeters? Am I hearing trumpeters? I don't know. Kind of doubt it, but I don't know. I think they were tundra. Okay, we're just going to have a little bit more, and then I think we'll probably take a break pretty soon as I drive back to Ithaca. I don't know where I'm going to go in Ithaca. I mean, you know, last week we saw very little at Sapsucker Woods, and it almost felt like a waste of time. I don't know if the pond has thawed or not. And, you know, I don't know. Maybe not, if I had to guess. So we're driving by the gulls, by the way, and there are some Canada geese here and there. Fake owl. And it seems like we are essentially beyond the activity. There's some gulls in the air, but you know, we're past all the ducks and geese and swans. I enjoyed that, though. I hope you did too. Might be a few more birds here that we can look at, and then, like I said, I think we'll take a break as I drive back to Ithaca, and we'll resume from there. Let's just wait here, just very quickly, and take a quick look. Nothing's really close. Oh, up ahead there might be more. That's problematic up there in terms of seeing things. Look like they might be swans, but we have a few swans here. Just want to see what kind they are, if I can. Oh, more mute swans. At least that one is. And is this a mute? First of all, is this a mute swan? I believe so. Yes. Some redheads. That looks like an American widgeon back there. Oh, look here now. So we have these mute swans, but look who's behind them. There's some white on the side, but it's not completely covering the side. It's just at a point at the shoulder. Those are ring-necked ducks. First we've seen today, or at least the first I've noticed today. Okay, all right, so I think, who's this? I don't know. I'm guessing that might, I don't know. It doesn't look like an orange bill that we would see on the mute swans like these. Anyway, we're going to take a break now. And I'd say it's going to be closer to maybe about 4:30, 4:45, I think, maybe. Might be earlier, might be later. We'll see how quickly I can get there and get set back up. Okay, I'll check to see if you received the message. Hold on a second. Up ahead, there might be something else. We can't see through the windshield. I don't know what they are. They might be black ducks, or they could be something else. They could be. I don't think they'd be. Okay, let's. No, I don't think I'm going to be able to even see them from the road just because of the way the road works, but I'll give it a try. Hopefully you've received the message about our restart time. And again, it's an, whenever I give a time, it's an estimate, and especially when we're, driving here, it's hard for me to tell exactly how much farther we have time-wise. Oh, I'm not going to be able to see. I'm not going to be able to see them. Oh, maybe. Better let this Toyota pass me. Oh yeah, I think I might be able to figure out what I'm seeing. I think they're ducks. I thought maybe, possibly, they'd be American coots, but I don't think so. Hold on a sec. Okay, they do look like black ducks, American black ducks. So, anyway, let's see if we can resume at about 4:45. Okay. Well, if there's nothing confusing here, you can pass me. Go. Yeah. You had plenty of room. Come on. You know you did. All right, everybody. I will see you as soon as I can. Bye-bye. Let me just make sure you got the message. Hello everybody, welcome to the Cornell campus. It is 46 degrees, sunny, and we are going to look for some hawks. That was a turkey vulture just moments ago, and I believe I might, if it's still there, might know where a hawk is. I had essentially an uneventful drive here from that last location from which we were connected. Okay, I do believe I might, is that somebody up there? There might be somebody up on Bradfield, I'm not sure. Not on the throne, but below it, if that is somebody. It's hard to see with a naked eye. Oh, maybe not. There was somebody there. I had to pull over to set up. There was a hawk there, but there seems to be nobody there now. So I have seen a hawk. I don't know what hawk it was. Oh, hold on. No, there's nobody up there now within sight. Okay, so come on, wires. Come on. Just get things situated here. Always in a hurry. Okay, so I don't know where the hawk went to, but I did definitely see one of the hawks. Somebody was up on Bradfield earlier, in the area below the throne, but, right near it. Oh, what's that I see in the distance? Maybe another turkey vulture, or maybe the same one, I'm not sure. I thought I had heard also some house finches earlier. See anything. Just saw a gull of some sort. I thought about going to Sapsucker first, but decided we'd come here first and we'll see how things go. Look around a bit. I guess I'm concerned that we'll have the same sort of visit to Sapsucker today as we did last week. Saw very, very little. And I really don't know. I guess I could maybe tune into like the feeder cam, and maybe you can catch a glimpse through things and see if the pond is frozen there. I don't know, I haven't done that. And even if the pond is not frozen, it doesn't necessarily mean that, okay, there will be a lot of birds present. As I've been saying, and as I have often said over the years, when there's not much snow on the ground in a mild winter like this one, things can be quite different in terms of birds congregating. Well, I would say Montezuma was in some ways quiet and in some ways very active. You know, we didn't see a lot of birds everywhere, but here and there we saw, you know, Canada geese, snow geese. We saw that red-shouldered hawk, which was nice to see. I see some starlings. And then, you know, on the return, we saw actually quite a few birds on Cayuga Lake itself. And I have to say, I really enjoy seeing that sort of thing on the drive back. I just like being able to see and share those birds. Very often we see some beautiful images on the water. That sun is right in my eyes and looking pretty bright. There's a small chance there's somebody up on Sage Hall. I'm not sure what I just saw. Probably just starlings, but... well, maybe not. It's a little large, looking a little large to be a starling, unless my eyes are fooling me. If I can get it in sight. Oh yeah, yeah, there's a hawk up there on Sage. Let's see if we can maybe have a look. Hopefully we'll find a spot from which to see our hawk. Not from this side, it's got to be further in. But lately, things have been tough here in terms of construction vehicles and other vehicles. And there's a vehicle up ahead. Hopefully, yeah, they're leaving. Good. Good. Come on. Okay. Still up there. I'm guessing it's Arthur, but I don't know. Okay, this will be a sharp angle for me. Give me a moment. So this looks like Arthur. He's on Sage Hall. Good to see you. So if you're just joining us, we've caught up with Arthur. He's on top of Sage Hall. There's obviously some wind blowing his feathers. And we're here on the Cornell campus. You can hear the chimes in the distance right now. I'm guessing it was Arthur I had seen on Bradfield, but I'm not sure. And we're going to continue the search very shortly. We want to go. There's some starlings around. I don't know if they saw Arthur and decided to go elsewhere, but they're flying around now. I thought they were going to go up to here, but they changed their mind. And quite honestly, they'd probably be fine right up there. Oh, in fact, they are going to be fine right up there. Okay, we're going to move along because there's a car that seems to be, I don't know if they need to get in here or not, but we're going to move along anyway. Good to see you, Arthur. Okay, and I have to do one thing on my camera here. 1 second. Okay. Good to see Arthur, always. He's a good boy. Oh, a couple of birds just flew right by me. Smaller birds. I don't know what they were. Looked like sparrows of some sort, but I may be wrong. I don't know if I'll be able to see them. I don't know where they are. Okay. They flew right by the car, right low to the, close to the ground. So we'll continue looking around. I'm glad we've seen Arthur. Maybe we'll go straight instead. I'm not going anywhere now. We missed the light. Oh. See a gentleman taking a picture of the ugly building to our right. And it is an ugly building. I'm sorry, but it is. No offenses intended. just wondering why anyone would want to take a picture of that building. I see a mourning dove. I guess I should say, and you know, it's true, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. The lot to our right is being monitored, so maybe there's no access for us today. Must be there's some event going on, I'm sure. You know, for years we've enjoyed the, looking in the trees that surround the parking lot for Rice Hall. Well, you know, now they're, as you know, they've been building a building there, and I never really gave it much thought, but I realized that building, even if we're able to get around it, is just going to, be maybe problematic if we're trying to see birds in the various trees that are around. You know, if anyone continues to go and use those trees. I mean, sometimes, in an open parking lot, okay, if there's a bird in one of the trees and it flies across the way and it goes to the other side, okay, you just turn around and you look in the other direction. Now, if there's a building there, you're going to have to walk all the way around that building just to see, hopefully find the bird. And there are going to be more times, for instance, when, assuming, the hawks, again, use that area, they're going to be flying behind the building. You'll lose track of them and everything. So, I'm not saying that we should end all progress on building things because of a few hawks, but we should, at least in this case. What I wonder is, and I haven't done any research on that new building, I wonder about, Rice Hall. Is that going to continue as it is? I wonder if this is all part of the whatever plan to deal with things and eventually take down the chicken coop buildings. If I had to guess. It sometimes seems like the colleges and universities have, a real race to build as many buildings as they can. And, maybe people can justify them, I don't know. I'd settle for some potholes being filled sometimes, Of course, no one makes huge contributions of millions and millions of dollars for potholes. They do it to have buildings named in one way or another. at something? Maybe not. On Cayuga Lake, I believe I'm seeing some Canada geese. I don't know if I can show them to you. Well, maybe not. Well, there's some, yeah, there are quite a few. Some are closer than others. Nothing else stands out. Not with the naked eye, that is. Nessie? No, that's a Canada goose, and there are others, quite a few others, like along, I don't know if I can find a clear line of sight, but there are quite a few others here and there. Yeah, we should be able to see some from here. Blurry, but you can see them, they're down there. And more, I mean, they're... Oh, and a common merganser. Which isn't surprising. We've seen, oh, you know, I remember last year on one occasion we went there, and you know, we were right by BB. That's BB Lake, by the way, if you didn't know. We were right by BB Lake, and there were some Canada geese, not too many, but there were also common mergansers and hooded mergansers. It was just, the water was calm. It was just beautiful. Come on, Mike, let's go. We'll look around a little bit longer, and depending on if we have any luck or not, we may make our way to Sapsucker for a late day walk. We'll see. And there could be very, very little activity there for all we know. Just like, you know, just like last week. Now, last week was a little different because of just the conditions and everything, but you know, I don't know if the lake, or I'm sorry, if the pond is, you know, covered with ice. I don't know. I'm not going to guess one way or another. It might be. I'm not certain that Arthur is still up there on Sage. I'm not sure if I could see him with certainty or not, but I didn't see him just now. But that location where Arthur was when we did see him, you know, you cannot see that point where he was perched from all angles. So it's possible he was there. I just couldn't see him from there. from where I was. If I were designing a college or university, brand new, built from the ground up, I'd at least make sure there's, it may not look as pretty, but I'd make sure there's adequate parking and areas for, like, buses and stuff like that. At least in certain places. And I'm not faulting Cornell for the lack of that, but where that building was that we just passed by, they often have sporting events in there, and they do a lot of bus pickup and drop off there, and it's just tough on traffic. And not that I want them to do it, but maybe the safest thing would be to just say, okay, when we're having an event, this road is closed off to regular traffic. It's for buses only at this time. Again, I don't want them to do that, but maybe that's the best thing to do. Oh, I see somebody on Bradfield. It might be. Let's go see if it's probably Arthur, if I had to guess. But he's on the corner. I can see from here. Somebody's up there. So let's go see if we can see who it is. What we'll do is I think we'll try to find a spot from here just in case somebody's on the move and we don't want them leaving before we get a look. But I'll bet it's Arthur. Let's stop right here. We might not even be able to tell who it is, but I'd say it looks to me like Arthur. I may be wrong. Looks like Arthur. Okay. So apparently I was correct, and he was no longer on Sage Hall. I don't think we're gonna go there and take a look. I think let's continue our search and see if we can maybe catch up with Big Red, if we're lucky. You know what? I don't want to. I was going to go one way. Let's go this way. You never know. I wonder if she's in the area. The sun can be beautiful on our hawks right now, as the sun is getting lower in the sky, but it does make for, in some ways, difficult viewing, just especially when it's right in your eyes. So he's still up there. It's 43 degrees. It's about 5 minutes after 5 o'clock. I believe he's still where he was. You may say, why does he keep telling us this? If you're unfamiliar with how things work, you never know. I mean, sometimes one hawk will lead us to another, and even if you say, well, he was just there a moment ago, well, it doesn't take much. I mean, if you've ever watched red-tailed hawks, you can be watching one, you move to maybe get a better look, or maybe you take a second or two to just look around. You look back, and the hawk is gone, and so they can get going pretty quickly, and sometimes you've completely lost sight of it. I mean, look what happened today. Granted, this was a different species, but with that red-shouldered hawk, I looked away for a moment or two, and it was gone. And I never saw it at all, and I had no idea which direction it flew. I do want to I think we'll pull in again. I just want to look at the perches on this side. I'm not thinking she's there, but it doesn't hurt to check. Take a moment. Oops, if the sun's not in my eyes. But I don't see her. He's still there. But I don't see her. We'll look at him for a moment, though. He looks like he's ready to leave. Oh, he took off. And I've lost sight of him. I don't know where he went. I don't know where he is. Okay, well, can't go through here any longer. At least not right now. Let's see if we can catch up with him. Okay, I think we're going to make our way towards Sapsucker. We won't have much time, but 1 second here. Come on. No, 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 no. How many times do I have to push pause, huh? Hold on. Hoping to see Big Red, but maybe it wasn't in the cards today. But at least we had some decent looks at Arthur. Did you even look before you decided to cross the street? No. back just in case he circled around and simply went to the other side of Bradfield. I don't see him as I drive, and he could be around, but we didn't take a right and go through that area. I wonder if maybe she's around there. That's possible. I see Canada geese in the air. I wonder if they just left the pond. Or, I'm sorry, the lake. A couple more at lower altitude. I'll bet they just left Baby Lake if I had to guess, and more. 4 more. Oh yeah, they're definitely another grouping, clearly gaining altitude. They're most likely from the lake. Seems like more and more are taking off and leaving. So we won't have much time to walk around there, but we'll do our best. We'll see what's going on. You know, maybe this is a foolish thing to do, but if we see as little as we saw last week, those are gulls above us. If we see as little as we saw last week, it might really be a waste of time, but no, we don't want to hear this. Now it's, you know, it's a beautiful day and everything now, and if we're lucky at Sapsucker, maybe we'll see some birds in beautiful sunshine or whatever. But you know, obviously with this sort of winter that we're having, you know, you're not going to have too many beautiful snowy shots. And I guess that's okay. You can still, if the lighting is working for you, and even you know, maybe some dry and dead vegetation is there and giving you a nice look, depending on again on the lighting conditions, maybe you can see some beautiful things. But you know, we're not going to see this early. At least I don't think we will. Anything, you know, budding vegetation or anything. Although I have to say, I think I saw the other day my neighbors. I think some of their plantings were already budding up. Too early for them. Too early. And you know, if we get any snow and everything, I feel sorry for the plants. That was the other day. I haven't looked in a few days, so I don't know. Oh, I like this. No. You snooze, you lose. Sorry, wrong lane. Okay. That secondary pond we just passed is covered with ice, and so is this secondary area. I'll bet that the main pond is covered with ice, but you never know. Maybe these areas get less sunshine and are, you know, have more resilient ice. I see some starlings up above. And this secondary area to our right has some ice on it, but also some area, some of it is, you know, open water. So the muddy areas, it's sometimes difficult to, let's just say, surprises that some creature may have left. Okay. I need a minute or two to get situated. I am going to have to bundle up a little bit. Like I said, we're sticking with this camera, so it shouldn't be too much of a fuss. I don't need a tripod, but I do need a coat. I missed a lot. I don't know. I've been seeing Canada geese, and I'm hearing them. I'm here at Sapsucker. Forgive me, I'm sorry, I didn't realize, and for some reason my stupid phone didn't alert me on MeWe because it's stupid, and the other phone I didn't have on at the time, actually, and I apologize for that. Didn't think I needed it. And the other phone I didn't have on at the time. 12 minutes. Okay, so we've missed... Didn't think I needed it. We've missed... oh, wait, what am I seeing? Hold on. You've missed all the Canada geese, and, shoot, come on. What am I seeing over there? Is that a goose, or is that something else? Muskrats. 2 of them. Is there a better? No. We'll go back to the water, and I apologize. I didn't realize, and lots of Canada goose activity. Hold on, let me get things back in order here. Oh, hold on. Sorry. I have to buckle up my backpack. If I drop my gloves in this mud, I'm not going to be happy. "12 minutes is a long time." Okay. I'll be right with you. Let's head back to the pond. I'll just show you what's going on. We had some nice looks, or at least I did, at Canada geese. There's the pond is partially available. See if we can get you caught up. I don't know if you saw any of the pond at all. Oh, come on, camera. We won't have much time. It's getting dark, but I don't know why I get a notification from my phone on MeWe. It wasn't connected to my car, so it should have just made noise. But no. I hear more geese. They sound like they're close to the parking lot. So anyway, so that you all know, I don't know if you heard or not, but we did hear, or I did hear, an eastern bluebird. At least one. We saw starlings on the way in. And we're seeing Canada geese more than anything else right now. Okay, so let's get to the trails before it gets too dark to see. I am, as I said earlier, and I don't know if you heard or not, but I am, even if we don't see much, I'm glad to be here today. As I mentioned earlier, when I guess you missed it, well, right underfoot, this moment, it feels like it's kind of frozen underneath. But now I'm walking a few steps further, and it feels soft and muddy, and so definitely not completely solidly frozen. Different from last week, to be sure. Last week, essentially everywhere it felt that underneath it was, quite solid. Now I saw those 2 muskrats. Are they still there? I don't know. I don't know. I don't see them. Let's go. We don't have much time. I apologize for that outage. I hadn't realized we were disconnected. I should have maybe checked again before zipping everything up. Now there's still, I don't know if you can see it well or not, but I mean, not all of this area is, the water. It's not all completely open. There's at least a very, very thin layer of slushy ice. This morning, before leaving, I thought, do I need boots today? Could I just wear regular shoes instead? I mean, I doubted that there would be much snow on the ground. But I thought, well, might be muddy, or I thought it might be, hold on. What I was concerned with is, I don't know if I wonder if these geese are leaving. I'll bet they are. Anyway, I also thought, even if it wasn't muddy, that maybe the trails would be, a little slippery in spots, depending on how much snow was frozen and smoothed out and, icy on them. And it's getting dark in a hurry. Well, it's pretty quiet here. This late in the day, I'm not expecting to see all that much. Like I said, though, I'm still glad to be here. I always feel bad when we skip any of our usual areas completely, whether it's Sapsucker or the campus or whatever. Especially, and I don't mean, I think, well, in particular, Sapsucker and the campus, because, there's a decent chance at each location of seeing something. Now, we skipped, essentially, Shockey Pool today. I drove by it, I kind of looked at it, but that was, hold on, do I hear something? Maybe, oh no, maybe not. Okay, I see some trees up there, and I'll bet their branches are just bumping into each other. You know, with Shockey, I skipped it. I'm not saying we wouldn't have seen anything, but, you know, my educated guess was that there wouldn't be that much to see. I could easily have been wrong. Maybe we would have, you know, climbed the tower and seen, I don't know, something really interesting. And that's possible anywhere. I mean, it's possible to be in a parking lot somewhere and two birds come along. They you know, perform some interesting action of one sort or another. You know, maybe one's chasing the other for food or something, who knows. And then they fly away, and you know, you say that 99.99% of the time that parking lot has no activity at all. But when you were there at that moment, maybe you see something. So the bottom line is, during your waking hours, you should always be looking for birds. Okay? That's kind of my habit. At least when I'm out and about. I don't do it because I'm any kind of an expert on birds. I'm not. I just have, I enjoy seeing them. But it's not just that. You get into a habit of doing it, and all of a sudden you don't even think about it. It's like automatic. I told you last week about a movie I had seen, and when one of the characters, you know, and the camera passed through, looking through an area, and there was a utility pole. I looked at the top of the utility pole to see if there were any birds there, and you know, I was supposedly just watching the movie. As it happened, I was even exercising at the time, but it was just like, you know, this is what I like to do. Yeah, it was just a so-so movie, by the way. Apparently, it was nominated for an award, and I don't believe it received the award. Critically acclaimed, but I don't believe it actually did well in theaters. Oh, anyway, I wanted to tell you, it's come to my attention. I don't know the details, but they're going to be remodeling, I guess, the visitor center at the lab. So I don't know what that's going to mean in terms of I'm sure there's going to be some disturbance. Curious as to what's going to happen. You know, what are they hoping to do? I like it as it stands currently. I mean, it's wide open and everything, but I don't know, maybe they'll want to do something to be more, I'm guessing, this is just a guess, no one, I've spoken with not a soul about this really, but my guess is somebody said, okay, the visitor center is nice, but it's only so engaging as it is now. And we want to do this and this and this and that. And, you know, I guess that's fine if that's what's going to happen. Again, that's just speculation on my part. But I hope it doesn't mean anything to really restrict the views through those the windows out on the pond and to the feeding garden. Because personally, maybe that's not, doesn't mean much interaction with the lab itself and engagement on a part of the lab. But I think anyone who visits and takes advantage of those views, actually, they're kind of engaged with the birds themselves. And you might say, well, okay, yeah, well, so what? What are you talking about? Well, think about it. Someone's at the lab. Maybe they've never visited before. Maybe they've only had a moderate to low interest in birds, and they happen to see some, maybe you get a good look at some waterfowl. Maybe, for instance, I think a perfect example would be common mergansers or hooded mergansers. They see those for the first time in their lives. And maybe all of a sudden that causes them to engage with the lab itself, find out more. That can be the best way. Oops, hold on. That can be the best way, at least, from my point of view, sometimes the best way to engage me about any bird. Maybe there's a bird I've never seen before. I see it. I learn a little bit about it just from seeing it. And then maybe I want to know more. And that's maybe when I look to the All About Birds site or something. So it's pretty quiet here except for the Canada geese and my ramblings. So we're going to move on. Over the years, and maybe I should take a more active, make a greater active effort to learn about birds. But for me, I tend to learn about one bird at a time. I don't necessarily retain everything I read about a given species, but I'll have reason to look a bird up. Either it's because I've just now been exposed to it for the first time, or maybe it could be a bird that I've seen over the years many times, but something happened in terms of activity, or maybe I saw it eating something, or who knows what, and now all of a sudden I do want to learn more. So, usually what I tend to do is for a given species, I'll look it up on a search engine, and I tend to use DuckDuckGo, by the way, and look it up, and then usually the links come up, all the various results, and I'll usually look, the very first choice I'll make is an All About Birds. I don't want to go any farther. There's some Canada geese right there. I don't want to scare them. And more a little farther out. But for me, basically, when I've done a search for a bird species, I'll take the search results, and the first thing I'll do is choose one of the All About Birds links. And if you're unfamiliar, All About Birds is the site produced by the Cornell Lab of Ornithology. And, you know, maybe it is or isn't the most complete. I can't say, at least for North American birds. I find that, you know, it may not be as good for, you know, if someone talks about some species in, let's say, you know, in Europe, it may not be good for that. And may not even have a page for that species. However, for the ones in North America, it seems to be very good. It's informative, but without burdening you with too much information. It's rather conversational in its nature and very, very usable. So even if a question comes up about some other, is that something? Some species or something, and you know, maybe I want to share information even with someone you know, maybe it's online and I don't even know the person, and if I want to say, well, look, you can look up more here for me is always All About Birds. Like I said, I find it very usable. And even for non-birders and everything, I mean, it's very approachable and understandable. It's, you know, it's very easy when you're talking about any given subject, but especially like biology and the, you know, birds in general. You know, you can give more information than is really necessary. And sometimes there's a tendency to do such a thing, and you know, you end up turning people away. You know, I tell people often that I've always been interested in, you know, in our solar system and the planets and everything like that. And I think I told you a few weeks ago that I used to really enjoy it when, you know, the images and everything would be released from, you know, one of the Voyager spacecraft's latest flyby. You know, so like when they flew by Jupiter, I loved it. It's actually, I remember National Geographic. The only time I ever really looked at it was with one of those episodes, one of those editions with such a flyby, and that's the only thing I would look at. So, you know, when one of those editions came along, and then, you know, I don't know if I would be like waiting for the next planet, but I always enjoyed them. I don't know if I really would read the full article, or if I would primarily just look at the images and maybe some captions and reading here and there. This is years and years ago when this came out. But always enjoyed that. And what I'm getting at is, you know, I enjoyed such information about like the solar system to a point. But once you get into maybe too much chemistry or physics or something like that, if you try to explain too much, it can get boring. And getting back to All About Birds, I would say it does not do that. Things are simple enough, but there's enough information. And I mean, sure, you may read an entire site for a given species and still have questions. Well, that's very possible. But it's definitely a very good place to start, for one. And again, it won't really turn people away with too much detail, and also they break up the information nicely into various sections, so it's not all in one big piece, and you have to really search for the sort of information you're looking for. So, for instance, if you're wondering what do Canada geese eat, there's a section on what they eat. It's easily found. There's information about nesting, there's information, all those kinds of things. Well, it's getting pretty dark and we're running out of time, running out of light. I can see just fine. I think you can still see too. It's been a while since we've been here when it's been this dark. We were back a few months. We were here often quite late, and then I'd close up everything, and I'd walk back really in the dark. I'd need a flashlight to find my way back, and I loved it, quite honestly. I'd be walking back, and I'd kind of chuckle at the whole thought of my doing that. There's some roots here poking through, and that's the sort of thing you have to be careful about. We really shouldn't be out here when it's dark. We're skipping the Fuller wetland. It's too dark. I think we're about to close up anyway. But got some people catching up to us. We'll let them pass in a moment. Hello. Often after a tour, I close up, and especially if I'm not in the car, if I have to walk a ways to my car or something, it just, helps me to think for a second, how much I enjoy it all. And it's like we close up, and I really do feel like, oh, okay, my friends have left, I'm here now, and I just have to back up and go home. Three more geese. I don't know if they're coming in or leaving. But I mean, even if we're, whether it's here, for instance, late on an autumn day, after, oh, you know what? What do we have here? I'm guessing Venus and Jupiter, I don't know, and I don't know what this is up here, but maybe we'll try to take a look. Maybe. But anyway, I mean, even if we're sometime in the summer, you know, if I've made a weeknight trip, for instance, or even a Saturday at the end of the day to the campus to look for our hawks, and you know, maybe we finish up while we're, I don't know, looking at Bradfield or something, and you know, close up and then walk to my car. It's just, it's different. It really is. You know, it's like, okay, everyone has left. Now it's time for you to go home. And it just for me, it's in many ways, it's like you're all here, but nice and quiet too, so I can walk and I don't hear much noise. So thank you. I still hear goose vocalizations from over here somewhere. Now, we did see some land there earlier, and I wonder if that's what we're hearing. Okay, so we can try. Let me see if you are interested. We can try, if you want, to look at those. Hold on. More geese coming in relatively quietly. Now, I want to see if you're interested in looking at those planets or not. If you are, I'll need a moment or two to get ready. Maybe it's not worth it, I don't know. But let's see what you're saying, if anything. Okay, I see. I tuned in. Now, I don't know what we're going to see to be certain, and I'll need. What do I need to do? I need to get a tripod and the scope out. So bear with me, and I don't know how well we'll see them. I mean, it's not really dark yet, but we'll take a look. Okay. Okay. The easiest way is if I leave everything here while I get the tripod out. Here it tripod out. Here it sapsucker today. I didn't like leaving you in the dark like that. This will just be a quick look. I just want to see. I'm not even sure what we're seeing. I could get an app out and take a look. But is there any fun in that? Sometimes, I guess. I don't know. think what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk away from the car a little bit, not because there's a problem with the car, but because we're near parking lot lights and they may hinder us a bit. And you might think, planets are great, they don't fly away. That's true, but you know, you never know when clouds could get in the way. Okay, getting there. Ooh. I hear a goose. Alright, we're ready to go. More stars are now, or more points of light, I should say, are visible now as it's getting a little darker. Let's walk over here a ways. I'm walking closer to the lab right now. I know you can't see, but I suspect one of the points I've seen is just a star, but I could be wrong. And then I suspect two other points are in fact planets, but we'll find out, or at least I think we will, in a moment. So first that one point of light, let's see if we can find it. I don't know. I don't know. By the way, if I don't know what this is, but it's probably a star. I think it is. Mercury is the closest planet to the Sun, but the hottest is actually Venus, if you didn't know. That could be Venus. And let's see if we can see the others. Probably, as I suspect, I suspect it's Jupiter. And I'm still thinking Jupiter. And still thinking Jupiter. And we can see, I believe, a couple of the moons. Let's darken things up a little bit. Hold on. I better lighten it back up. Sorry, I'm having a hard time here. Oh, I see. Oh, 4 moons. Okay. 2 above and 2 below from our perspective. And now You can see the color of the planet, that is, just barely. You can see those rings. You know, the bands, I should say, not the rings. Although Jupiter does have a ring, it's not like Saturn. It's not as well defined and as prominent, but it does have a ring, at least one. Hold on, I'm having a hard time locking everything down. This cord, which touches me, it does not help. But you can see the bands on Jupiter now. Okay, so that's Jupiter. And now, I'm going to put my gloves away. We'll try to get a better look at the other object in the sky. Oop, we're out of view here. 1 second. We'll try in a moment to see whatever that is. I think that's Venus, but I'm going to check the app and see if that's helpful in any way. Come on. It is Venus. And Mars is up there too somewhere, but I don't see it. Can't get the app to do what it's supposed to. 1 second here. Try a different app. Oh, sorry. Okay, it's definitely Venus, Jupiter. That other star, I don't know if I can find it. No, I can't on the app. And I'm not sure where Mars is, but I think we're kind of out of everything for the day. We'll look at Jupiter one more time. Saturn is below the horizon, so there's not going to be any seeing of Saturn or of Mercury. Okay, let's try looking one more time at Jupiter, and then I think we'll call it a day. Let me just adjust things a little bit for me. I may be wrong, but I believe Jupiter may be larger than all the planets combined, the other planets. The Sun is certainly larger than all the planets combined. Jupiter is, you know, it's moving. Actually, if you're new to our efforts to see the planets, you may not realize, but this, as the Earth rotates, these objects that we might look at in the sky rotate too. They rotate in and out of our view. So when we're zoomed in like we are, we don't get to see them very often before I have to readjust the camera. Anyway, we're done for the day. I want to thank you all for joining me. I hope you enjoyed the day as much as I did. You know, granted the sunshine was difficult at times, but we saw some nice birds here and there. And I was glad we ended up coming here, a sapsucker. And, you know, we saw some nice birds here too. Maybe not a lot of variety, but I enjoyed what we saw. And I hope you enjoyed things as well. We're looking at Venus, and we'll say goodbye from here. Everyone, I want to wish you all well. Hope you have a great week, and we will see you next time. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.